everyone. I am here. I am alive. I am no longer in PNG jail. It is time for my creaky ass chair. And also to draw fanfic headers. So, allow me to explain why I am doing these fic headers. One, because I've seen a bunch of other people in the fandom have them made from, game assets stuff. And I wanted to try and do something a little unique with mine because I'm also un artiste. I mean, I did draw my own model and animate it in Live 2D, so something like this is a little more reasonable to draw. Unfortunately, I have to draw a bunch of characters. And also a bunch of, backgrounds. Luckily for, this over here, I didn't have to really draw it. But for some of the others that I made, like this, I literally had to make a whole ass. I think I had to use like a line tool in order to do this. Then I filled in all of these triangles to some of the colors for Ignihide. But it's pretty tedious, I'm not gonna lie. And then there's the whole Diasomnia one, which I had to draw all these thorned vines by hand. I think that adds to the charm. My cat is snoring. So, let me turn off the background layer. I'm gonna start on doing the line art for Trey Clover. Down the opacity of this. I'm also gonna try my best to avoid tangents. Like, so I can't have this line touching the top of the, image, or else that would technically be a tangent. And tangents are not really good to have in your art. Usually you try to avoid them because it ends up making everything look a little weird. Also, for anyone... Hello, Kaito! You finally managed to catch a stream after so long? Yeah! And the first stream you catch after a while is me drawing dudes! Hi! Hopefully final season is going well for you. Your butt! Your butt! But yeah. I am drawing in something I usually don't draw. Male characters. And for those wondering why I don't really draw male characters, I just don't really make male OCs that much. You're on your final straw. Oof. Oof. Also, you may or may not be hearing an itty bitty calico making funky wonky whale noises. He is snoring. Just finished studying for almost 12 hours an hour ago. Kitty, hold on. Let me do a thing real quick. Right. Turn on the cat cam. And now we gotta turn the cat cam over to the actual cat. I think this is gonna work. Let me with my alchemy see if that'll work. Now transition. Bada bing, bada boom. There is un gatito. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Sometimes bisexual, sometimes by myself, sometimes a bitch. Yeah. Anyway, behold. White girl whole jump scare with the hand. Jiggle the butt. You're being perceived. Is that now? Yeah. Because of auto mod. I probably need to change my auto mod setting. Gonna say hi? Like to say hi. He's so grumpy. She's the grumpiest little old lady. But she's my little old lady. And she is, 11 years old. She's old baby. She's an old baby. Anyway, the main thing I'm going to be focusing on for this is, for the current line art, is the hair. Which, Trey Clover, this character, if I click over to here, to one of his official arts, you can see he has really short hair. Like, it's really, really short. Shorter than I usually draw characters. There's hair. Like, shorter than I usually design characters. So I had to make a good effort in order to make sure it looked accurate. Also, I have not drawn this character before. There are certain characters that I have drawn before for this, including Vil Shenheit. The man, the beauty. He's a monarch of poison. Radu Poison. It's based off the evil queen. which actually gonna derail myself a little bit. I'm gonna show the old piece I did. This was made many years ago. I think I made this back in like 2022. It was back when I was... Actually, I think this was in 2021. I remember I made this back when I was, using Fire Alpaca. As you can see, it does not look the best. And, of course, I made this before various events happened in the game. And, as y'all can... For those who know what Vil Shenheit looks like, you can tell that I made his eyes a little too big. There's a little uncanny valley. So, I might redraw that eventually with one of his event outfits. Try and make it look a little more interesting. Also, I should probably show the first header I completed. Riddle Rose Heart. I'm not fully satisfied with this. Like, it's mostly the face that I'm just like, it could use some work. I think it's like this. Like the nose area over here. Like the nose. I might need that, and I think I made his eyes a little too big, but I'm not fully sure. I'm just gonna focus on, making sure Trey over here is, drawn. Which, would y'all like to know something a little funny? So back when I first, heard of Twisted Wonderland back in like 2020. Wait. Oh. I accidentally closed VTube Studio. No, not VTube Studio, VBridger. Give me a moment. On. Wait a minute. Give me un momento. Let me just save that real quick. Gotta check something. Y'all hear this? Fucking tracking camera break? Hold on. I plugged it back in. it's making the noise again. What the hell? I think my camera is broken. I've had you for 4 years. It's only been 4 years. And you have broken on me. Well, guess I gotta go into PNG jail. Alright. I'll have to go text my dad, I guess. That... Well done! That is a bummer! Not even half an hour into stream. And the camera I've been using for tracking for the past 4 years has broken. Actually, it hasn't even been 4 years since I got the camera. I might need to use my document camera for tracking in the future, but this is just yikes. I just go quickly text my dad. Tell him my camera went kaplooey. Also, I should probably mention that the camera I was using was a Razer camera, so it probably makes sense that it would eventually go kabloom. I didn't expect it to go kabloom this soon. My dad replied. He said, "Uh-oh." Anyway, I should probably go and make a pinned message. Right. And the end of stream. Well, that sucks. Originally, I planned on, like, having my dad purchase me some, like, an XLR interface and an XLR microphone when he goes down to visit my little cousin in graduating. So I'll probably have to explain in PNG models to my dad eventually. Anyway, let's try and finish this. Yeah, I guess after stream I have to go and look at some new webcams that I can use. Like that I can acquire, or ask my father to acquire during his trip. Because he's going down to Georgia tomorrow. With the brother. Which this sucks. You know, my camera going kaplooey in the middle, like during the beginning of stream. But honestly, so I texted my dad saying that I, ideally did not want another Razer Kiyo, and my dad replied, "We are done buying Razer products as far as I'm concerned." So I guess I'll have to start, picking up some other, product, like other companies. So my dad said that he can talk more after stream about that. It is good because I'm pretty sure he's at work anyway. But anyway, that was very sucky. That was certainly a moment of stream. I'll probably have to go make an announcement in the Discord after stream is over. Or saying like, hello chat. I'd greet my little meow pokes. I am gonna be in PNG jail for a while because my tracking camera decided to implode on itself. And I will return eventually to my tracking camera shenanigans. Once I actually have a camera I can use for tracking in my model. So this could give me some time to actually work on more of my model. Anyway, at jail, my deepest Toyota condolences for everyone in that jail. Also, I finished exporting all of my outlines for Patchley's Revenge to Ellipsis. So there's that. And I also figured out some incentives and rewards. I'm not forcing myself to do planks. For like as long as I can before I just implode on myself. But I will subject myself to lunges. That's right, baby. I will subject myself to a minute of lunges. Using both legs. Because I need my thighs to get stronger. Must acquire the strongest thighs known to man. I also need more exercise anyway. Especially because of, you know, what I do over the summer not being the most active thing. I mean, you know, I am literally just staying at my desk for 4 hours. Like, over 4 hours a day. Hey, anyway. I probably need to really start, you know, getting that stuff ready. But anyway, Agile's ending pretty soon, so I'm just gonna go back to drawing. So he has pretty thick eyebrows. Right, I think that is pretty good. So I think that Let me just... Yoink. Right. I just got it. And there we go. So I'm gonna turn off that layer so I can I'm gonna do this. Alright, so now we turn that back on. Now we fill out the frame. I don't know if I'll do how much of this I'll end up finishing anyway. Alright. I have all of the line art. Down the opacity. that. I think I'm gonna fire. Just so I can avoid a tangent over there. Wait, I think done. And now I gotta go ahead and start doing all the color over here. Wait, fuck. There we go. Now, fill in all the colors. This is the iris color. I like this darkish gold. Oh, little last pen. I'll make it this. Bada bum bum bum. That's his eyes. Now I gotta go back to Riddle. Unridoru Rosato. Hello, my Sabido. Right. So... line, color. Done. So... gonna... do... Alright, so... Border 2 goes below. Grab this gray. And boom. Graphic design is my passion. I probably should have done this for Riddle. Hindsight. Now I can undo any mistakes I have done in the coloring. Now I gotta erase that. Now it's just rendering that I have to do. Which I'm gonna start off by figuring out a nice shade color. For this. Oops. So I'll have the shading be sort of there too. But and I'm starting off with the skin for this because I wanted to. Right here has some pretty defined forms. Also, this is the thing I meant to kind of yap about. But I think when my, tracking camera decided to implode on itself, But I remember when I first joined the fandom back in 2020, like around this time of year, because the 6th anniversary just happened. But I remember seeing this character and I was just like, ooh, he shares a name with the cat that I had who's been dead for a while. And yes, I did have a cat. His name was Trey. He was a grumpy old man. We love him. We loved him. He lived a good life. Touch layer and... Alright. I think that works. And that's what it currently looks like. Right now. It looks incredibly pale when desaturated right at the current moment, but it's going to change very soon once I do magical things to hair. Which I am doing a separate hair shade as well. I should probably also start coloring the lines. Anyway, let's look at what it really looks like with the whole shebang. Look at that. But he is not done. No siree. We have to do the magical thing known to many an artiste, known as rendering. Zoom in and get that color. And I'm gonna go a little more saturated. The shade over here. Because I want to. There we go. And I'm also gonna add the pupil, which I'll even more darker and even more saturated. Yeah, this is the first time I've drawn this character in my style, I think. I'd like to mention that one of the gifts you can give to one of his cards to level up your friendship with him, which gives you benefits like increasing the amount of the level cap for the card. One of his gifts that you can give him is a portable dental hygiene kit. Because something about this character is that he's obsessed with dental hygiene. Which honestly makes sense because one, his parents run a patissier. And two, he is an older brother. And big bro habits sometimes will never die. So, I'm also gonna do a little bit of sitting down here for his glasses. So my good old tried and true rabbit hit nose shading. One of the techniques of all time. Yeah, there's not a lot of time until the intermission happens. So, I'm gonna use that as an opportunity to run the intermission. My itty bitty calico is still making her funky noises. But yeah, I'm liking how this is looking so far. It's looking pretty good. But anyway, I'm gonna close that and I'm gonna go and start the intermission. I shall return in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Hey, body nyang. Anyway. I'm gonna hate you. Do the things. I know this looks kind of bad right now, but just my process. Just in the process. I keep accidentally cropping this, I swear to fucking God. Finish up the hair shade. Then we can get started on some highlight. I don't know if I'll be able to actually get all the rest of the 4 characters I need to do done today. Because I did take over last stream, I believe. So, which is, most of the sketch. So I think for the rest of the Hearts of Tabule guys, I'm just gonna try and do at least, a sketch of them. And if I'm able to do, like, some line art and stuff, I'll try and do that. But yeah, pretty glad as to how this is currently turning out. Just look at this. Look at the current progress. So I'm gonna save this as it currently is right now. I'm gonna go as a riddle header. I'm gonna start actual rendering for the line color. Is very much a process that takes a very long time. But I'm gonna have to turn that off. Yoink this color. I'm gonna turn off the borders real quick. I can, more easily see what I am doing with the color. I am going to mention real quick that I'm not going to color the... I usually don't color the lips the same color as the rest of the skin. I usually make it like slightly darker and a little more, and I switch the hue usually to something warmer. Is like this. Now, the line color is mostly done. Which For a general idea, like for tips for those who want to color lines like this, the main thing you need to do is, like, depending on what you are using, like if you are using vector, for vector it can be easier to color your lines a little better. But I usually either do an alpha lock, which is what I'm doing right now, or what I usually do for these, I tend to clip the layer. I usually will add a layer called line color or LC, and then I clip that onto the line art layer, and then I use that to fill in the colors. And the reason it's specifically transparent layer is because, you know, if you just lock it, you can't really work on it at all. But with the alpha lock, you can add as much color and stuff as you want without actually messing up the lines. But anyway, you just that thing. But we're almost to the point where we can actually start doing some, highlights. Yippee. Which is very much a woohoo yippee. So let me go quickly to the wiki. Do his, full uniform design. Right. Copy image. New from clipboard. So, there's a thing. Alright, there we go. I think that is pretty decent looking. At least I think it does look sort of decent. But now it is time to do my favorite thing. Blur. And this is not to a point where I think it's complete as of yet. I still need to do the highlights. That is an important thing I need to do. You know, add highlights. But I'm gonna start off with a rim light. And 12 point. Put that down here. Oh. Here's... that was missed. I do this because I want to add a bit of shine to everything. And I think it, you know, helps complete the, you know, illustration a little more. With, you know, these added details. Also, ads are in 7 minutes. And I'm also going to add a bit of a rim light to this. I'm just gonna blur the shit out of it. And that will be the rim light for that. Now add glow. Now we give life to his eye. I'm gonna add a second highlight over here. I'll blur a little over there and blur over there. Also gotta blur that and that. I add a little bit of blush as well, because I did so for Riddle as well. I think I'll do it the same as this. Now add it where blush and they usually go, which is, you know, around the nose. Add some to the tip of the ears. I think I can use a linear burn. Just decrease the opacity by a bunch. Now we just blur. And then after we blur the shit out of it, profit. Or normal look better. I think I'll just do linear burn. No, that probably looks, you know, the best out of all of them. Anyway, let's go ahead, blur a little of the rim light. So let's add a little bit of that to, yeah. Oh yeah, adds in a minute. So I'm almost fully done with him, but I'm gonna do a little break before I finish him. No. I can stretch and recuperate. Funny enough, my cat camera is working. Just my camera just went completely. But anyway, I'm gonna guilt stretch a little bit. Then I'll finish up a Canova. Oh, sure. Girl, why do you do that? You're silly. You are silly. Does not care that she's silly. It is merely an accusation. Now have two itty bitty calicos in my room. Yippee. I want to mention something about this silly old lady real quick. She has this game. Their goal is to not get bitten by her. So, like she wants to bite you. And she will go to bite you. You have to quickly move yourself away, or else she gets offended. Weird. She's weird like that. All of the cats are weird, but I never had a... But none of them have a game where the goal is to not get bitten by them. Which actually nipped me on my upper arm, like, last week. And I didn't expect her to go there, but she drew blood. And I had a bruise for some time. And I also had to put a big band-aid over it, and my body reacted to it. So I had a bit of a reaction, a rectangle around it. What are you doing? I think she has a toy. Have a toy. She has a toy. Little old lady has a toy. Boop. So, check what I did for Riddle. Here's my usual shading for Riddle. No, not usual shading, usual highlight for Riddle. Rena, please stop shoving my drawing tablet. I might change the hair color for him to be a little more saturated, because this is what it currently looks like. Not the best. Now we must rotate That was the blur tool, not the not the pen tool.
You look at Apple Apple.
Hi, little old lady. Let me turn off the room light real quick. Also, thank you for that and hydrate. And a stretching. Care package, indeed. Are you ippy, why you lurky? Understandable. Hope the art goes well. Yeah. Also, good night. Hey, Kaito. Right? That is done. And for it. And also add some highlights over here as well. Yeah. Blend. Now let's check. For any color mishaps that are happening. Almost done. So two. And that's done. Gray Clover is complete. And the total amount of time on him was 1 hour 47 minutes. Well, that probably includes the background, the time I spent on the background as well. And the next character that I have here is Cater Diamond. There's this guy. Actually has piercings. Yeah, he does have piercings on both ears. His eyes are slightly downturned. On. Let me quickly switch that. Name. So, my to-do list I have for the characters. I have 5 individual parts of the to-do list for everyone except for Trey Clover, who just had the line, color, and render. But the things I needed to do are sketch, no, not sketch, gesture, sketch, line art, color, and rendering. Is, you know.
Are you sleeping with your eyes open? Snoring, but she's staring into my soul. This weird cat.
So, I might try and just do either Cater Diamond, Ace Trapala, or do Spade today. It almost took me half of stream to finish Fake Loba. So, I'm gonna start off just drawing Cater. I use my sketch pen. And I'm gonna start off with a sort of a gesture. And I am going to sort of base it on his main official dorm uniform design. So this thing. So he gets a little thing. I think I'll give him vampire teeth, maybe. And I think I'll actually have him showing dance maybe. This is not meant to look super good. This is literally just sketch before the sketch. That's why I call it a gesture over here. And I have drawn Cater before. Back when I was in a Twisted Wonderland Discord. I actually drew several of the characters. Which... let me check which ones they were. They were Cater, I'm currently drawing right now, Crowley, Jack, Silver, Trey, and Sibek. So apparently I have drawn Trey before. It's kind of bad. Very low quality. It's also like really small because it's, you know, an emote. So, we have acquired Kitty Gesture. So I don't know how much progress I'll make on the other characters. I think I might try to at least do the like sketches of all 3 that I have left to draw. My itty bitty calico is still snoring up a storm. Yeah, I'm gonna do the best that I can in order to draw characters. To the best of my abilities. Yep. The old lady calico is asleep. And I didn't really notice the downturned eyes until just now, I think. And I do have another an OC of mine who does have downturned eyes, hydrangea. Now... try and, do the sketch. Oh... I need to move this one. Rotate it. I don't fully remember which of these goes in front of the other. Because I only have the lower ones and not the upper ones. But I think I'm going to just, at the very least, try and do a detailed sketch of the head. Because, that's kind of the important part here, is the head. Cater's design here seems asymmetrical. He has, kind of evidence of wavy hair. I wonder what he would look like with curly hair. Maybe that could be a thing I do with my, headcanons. Headcanon him as technically having curly hair, but he doesn't really do much of a curly hair routine. And I could, try and draw some other characters with, more textured hair. So I'm just gonna do the sketching. At the very least, I'm going to finish off his head. Go over here. And yeah. I'll probably do his, hands on a different layer, and then I'll do his, hair and stuff. But yeah. So for anyone who is, watching this, either as I'm, live, or you're watching the VOD somewhere and you're wondering, Skelly, are you going to do the characters for the event or Royal Sword Academy? As of right now, with the amount of stuff we currently have for the characters, no. And also, because I have only done 2 out of all, nearly, about 20, I think, characters of NRC, which is already a lot of characters to draw. And I am also, selling these assets. I plan on selling these for fanfic writers on Tumblr. For money. And I want to wait until we have all of the characters for, Royal Sword Academy, especially, I want to wait until all of them are revealed. And we have, official designs for all of them. So I want to wait until that. But anyway, I'm gonna stop working on Cater for now. His gesture is done. And now I'm gonna go ahead and start my intermission, take my break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll probably do Ace next. So get his gesture and sketch done, and then I'll do Deuce, and then I'll finish the sketch for Cater. Just work on all those. I shall be back. I'm back.
There are people in my house that are not my actual family, but we're doing renovation to my brother's room to make it bigger
By making the garage smaller. So, yeah. Luckily, my room is not going to be affected. But if y'all hear people talking in the background, my deepest condolences. I can't really control that. At least it's not construction noises. There's always that. So, the next character I'm gonna do... I'm actually gonna make the files for the other characters. Hello, Sabrina. So now we have the headers for all 5 characters. Files for it have been made. Now all I have to do is, actually draw them. Funny enough, the first character on my to-do list to do for the stream is, Ace, but I just got to him. I'm going to start off with this red. I think I'll go with this magenta. And I'm not going to do the full eye makeup stuff for the characters.
No.
Because I just don't want to do that for most of them, unless they're like home fior. So Ace here does not have any piercing. I am going to give him an aggressive colon-free face. He has a dramatic eyelash. I prefer the colon-free face. So mischievous people. I know there are noises. No. Gracious. There are noises. Yeah, I think this is better for the colon-free face. So I need to look at some of his sprites because he does have some
certain expressions that I might want to reference. Anyway, this is kind of like just a gesture to get everything out of the way. So I have a vague idea as to what I'll be doing for this dude. And there, this. Oh, what in the world is going on? It appears that Sabrina does not like the fact that there are people, and I think she's gonna go hide or something. Because she is Sabrina, she hates people who are not part of the immediate household. So, Ace gesture is complete. What the? So I don't have enough time to actually complete a character for here, so I'm probably going to be rotating around different characters and working on them individually until I am kind of get sick of it and end stream. Yeah. This is, my plan for, all that stuff. And yeah. I think I'm gonna try and finish. I think I'm just gonna go to do Spade over here. There's this guy over here. I'm actually gonna tilt him a little differently. And this is literally just a gesture. It's not meant to look the greatest. In case anyone is wondering why this sketch sucks so much ass, it's because it is the sketch before the sketch that I know I am doing. Oh? That's the body. Yeah. Body rotated. And I think the next characters I'll do after I finish all of Heartslobule is probably Ignihide. I'm not fully sure. Because the reasonable thing would be to do Savannah Claw, because, you know, they are the next dorm you have the chapters for in the story. I don't have any background for the headers for Savannah Claw just yet. Of all the dorms I currently have, I have Heartslobule, Deosomnia, and Ignihide. So I have 4 more to draw. The next one I might try to tackle is either Savannah Claw or Octanival. Because for Pomfior, I need to draw something and make it as a pattern. And I know that possibly for Savannah Claw can kind of do the hallmark motif that they have in the countdown illustrations for Savannah Claw. But for know, for Arabia, they kind of have this like smoke key for the countdown. And for Pomfior is, you know, apples. Because they're based on the evil queen who used the poison apple trying to kill Snow White. I might try and do some of that, but maybe. And I'm gonna use this red. Might change later to wink. One of these. Maybe, I don't know. Not fully sure what I'll do. This guy. But this is the gesture I kind of have. Just fully pacify it. But I'm just gonna do one arm. Start off with the hand. The first two. Actually, hold on. I just realized something I could do. So I think I'll do basic right. Turn it. I gotta turn it around. I gotta go to the hand gesture. I could do this one. Do I have any other that I have downloaded? I probably do have much more 3D with this downloaded. They're just poses. There we go. There's the peace sign. Hater. Go to I'm looking at the way I found one of the posted assets. Found an asset from Twist Assets where it shows him doing the peace sign. And it appears that he kind of does it similar to how I do it, which is I have the thumb out. Instead of being in. Rotate it. Now I can adjust this. That looks luckily this is the arm that has the solid black, so I don't have a lot to draw. See. That bigger. That much good. So have to. Hello, Ali. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Now I'm just figuring out how I'm gonna do this arm. Yay! I hope you've been doing well. The college semester for me is finally over. Means I can finally return to my usual art stuff. I did take a week-long break because I wanted to recover and get back to waking up at noon again. Also, ad break is starting soon. Yeah, right now I'm currently be drawing some fic headers for my Tumblr blog that I also plan on selling on VGen. A little too big. Anyway, Agile has started. And I'm gonna... Hey, but Retail was killing you? Yikes. You're able to survive. Because at least you've survived this far. Also, I should probably turn off cat cam because Itty Bitty Calico is no longer. There we go. Get up and stretch a little bit. At the camera. Visual position. Yeah, there's still some for June. No. Have Subathon. Just me. That like I do writing some kind of letter. I'll probably start working on the summer. Mention is Anyway, welcome back from Ad. My deepest Toyota condolences is about retail work killing you, but at least you're still alive. That's the important part, that you're still alive. No, I need to eventually, start seeking employment in the future. But I know right now, at least for me, the main thing I need to focus on is, getting my permit to drive. That is important. it's pretty important that I, get my permit to drive in the future. The somewhat near future. That is, pretty important in order to navigate the hellscape that is the United States. Yeah. Right now I am drawing the character Cater Diamond from Twisted Wonderland. Because I am making fic headers not only for my use, but I plan on selling them on VGen as a digital item. So that I can, gain a little bit of money when I, have my commissions closed, which is most of the time. Because I am, unfortunately, a busy creature trying to focus on writing the first draft of my novel. And also because I have a sheer amount of fanfic whips. Maybe I should have, like, some kind of thing where y'all, like, just... might need to buy that one thing, that one software that a bunch of VTubers use to have stuff thrown at them. But for me, it's like, he will continue to yeet things at you, or model, until you finish writing this fic. Which, by the way, I'm actually going to be working on one of my fics on Friday. I'm gonna try and dedicate some of my Fridays to be, fanfic Fridays. At least until the write-a-thon. They're basically the main thing about it is, main thing about the write-a-thon is that it is mostly just me trying to get my first draft of my novel done. Because, I want to try and finish that before my fall semester begins. Because the semester grind will not stop until I either graduate with my associate's degree or I transfer to get a bachelor's. The original plan is to possibly, transfer to a university where I can, finish my major and get upgraded to a bachelor's degree, but that costs a lot of money. So, for me, my main thing that I want to focus on for right now is, try and at least get an associate's degree in the arts. Then if I want to, I can probably like transfer to the university I plan on transferring to for my degree. Oops. And the reason why I'm also doing the subathon as well is because, well, it's not really a subathon, but a write-a-thon. My plan for it is because I want to try and have some kind of incentive for people to, watch my streams and, possibly do stuff, with me. If I, have some goals that I can possibly, have a goal to do certain activities. One of the goals is, having my mom join me on stream eventually. I already have some ideas as to what I could do for that. And by the way, of course I want to make sure my mom is, cool with showing up on stream before, I do that. Maybe I can try and get her to do that as payment for making her a VTuber design. Like making her a PNG model. It could be like, I can draw you a model, but I also want you to show up on one of my streams. Because I also have to teach her how a bunch of different things work. I plan on, giving her the whole shebang, like, try and make her a reference sheet and all that. Because, she's my mom. And I still have design a Sono for my dad and make him a profile picture. I plan on doing as, a bit of a repayment for him, going to Micro Center down where he is going to visit my little cousin because he's graduating from high school. First one on that side to be graduating high school. Like, I'll try and, accelerate my progress on it. After I, try and get some of his feedback on what I can do for it, because the main thing about my dad's Sona is that I'm making it based on Transformers. For those who saw one of the art streams I did before my break. I'm planning on, you know, unless I already did it, uploading the VOD to YouTube. But, you know, haven't already. But because my dad's, I offered to make my dad a Transformers themed character. And I, you know, haven't really done that much of, you know, Transformers art lately. Has been a bit of a hurdle. I've been kind of delaying working on it. And I still need to finalize more, you know, iterations of design for my mom's VTuber design. I might make my dad another design as well. Like one where he looks a little more humanoid and matches a little more with the model I'm making for my mom. At least the design I'm making for my mom. Turn off the gesture. Start focus. Sketch over here. Have to. Yeah, we're almost at the final hour of stream. So I don't know how much progress I'll be able to make on all four of on the other three characters I have to finish. But I know that at least I'm gonna try and at least get the sketch done. Possibly even line art, maybe. For most of them. Then in another stream, I'll do all the rendering. It's likely gonna be one of the streams I'll do next week. So there we go. I think the sketch for him is basically done. Yeah. Do this. Do add a little bit of visual interest. This is what it currently looks like if I add the background. So done. So we're almost at the final intermission of the stream. I turn it slow. So mm. And this isn't my first time drawing Ace, way, but this is my first time doing an actual properly the rendered full illustration of A's. I'll do the outside of the hair and then I'll paint and stuff. Now, ahead and finish off his hair. And once hair is done, I'll go ahead and start the intermission. Also add the little thing. Right? So Ace is almost fully done. So I'm gonna go ahead, take a break, and once we are done, I will start finishing the sketch for Ace, and then I'll do the line art and add a bit of base color to all 3 characters I have yet to finish. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Hey, buddy Nyang.
A what?
A what? Go ahead and finish the sketch of this guy. Yeah. So really glad that the rose here is like very simplified to a sort of diamond shape, because I would not want to draw a whole ass rose. Just for one illustration at the current moment. Anyway, head and off. Finish the sketch. Off the gesture, and now big. The sketch is done. Now that done, I'm immediately gonna go back to cater. So that I can then get started on the line art. Also gonna start adding some color as well. Because, you know, I can do that. I can do that. Add it around his mouth first. Then, you know, come around here. Turn it off. And then do eyes. But yeah. I'm gonna do the liner and color for all of these. Oh, hello, Metal! Hi, hi! I was wondering when you were going to arrive. Anyway, I hope you've been doing well, Metal. And now I'm just trying some of the liner for a fanfic header I'm making. I plan on selling it as a thing for Regen so I can have a little extra income, a little bit. Why the hell did I stream now? Oh, you almost cost you your streak. Ooh, I've been streaming for several hours already. Sometimes you accidentally end up not being, you know, notified. Really managed to restore by watching a VOD yesterday? Ooh. Yikes. Yeah, sorry about that. By today. That's because I'm back to my normal schedule of, you know, streaming from Monday to Friday. Because I'm no longer in my semester. The reason why I originally wasn't, streaming on Tuesdays and stuff was because I was in the middle of my semester, and that was one of my assignment days where I, would be working on assignments. Luckily you got it, so it's all good. Yeah, that's all good. Glad you were able to maintain your streak, man. Yeah. Yeah, basically, because my college semester is over now, I can return to my usual streaming times. I'm also preparing for a subathon, so it's mostly just me just adding a subathon onto a thing I plan on doing anyway, because I feel bad about, not having some fun incentives for people to watch me write my novel. Or at least the first draft of it. You're lucky. Lucky your hobby was staying awake at 1 a.m. playing random browser games! Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you can restore streak by watching VODs within some time. Yeah, definitely. That, and I'm glad that, stream streaks are working for everyone now, because... Please check if I streamed today. Yeah. So, something I do have is that for my channel, I actually do have a schedule for my streams that I've been posting onto the actual Twitch channel. For some reason, your laptop muted. I made by itself. Sometimes technology can be like that. Yeah. So, I recently figured out, over semester and stuff. But you were so into me streaming on weekends, you didn't look into it anymore, and you don't get notifications. You accidentally snapped your phone. Ooh. Yikes. There's, big yoiks. Yoiks and troiks. I do also have, things for when I'm live on my Discord. See. You know you're incompetent in keeping stuff intact. Notifications because of phone. Did you write intact? Did you write intact right? Yeah, you did. Nice. Yeah. Also, right now it's Gosling season in my area, which is... Goslings are baby geese. So sometimes I've been seeing a bunch of little itty bitty geese with their parent geese. And I have also been seeing geese in my yard. Gosling season. Basically, this is around the time that baby geese start hatching. So you end up, seeing a bunch of them everywhere if you live in an area that has, Canadian geese. Which, funny enough, some of them don't really fly down to Florida in the winter. So... Good, and... now it's some of this... here. And... now... yeah, basically, around this time of year is when you start, depending on the area you live in, you might start seeing a bunch of baby geese with their parents. Yeah. Since I am, with the line and color for this guy, I'll go on to the other next one, and then the final one. Then I'll stream. I have no more guys to do the lines and colors for. Guess I do need to thicken up some of these lines. Now, line art. You can buy a second VIP. Sorry, you can only get one VIP. Not like Tumblr where you can just stack a bunch of checkmark badges or a bunch of crabs. You only get one. No, sadly. Me. You ain't got no Tumblr. Tumblr. The dating app. Tumblr is a blogging website. Right, actually, it's not a dating site. I don't use dating sites either. This is an attempt. There's something that sounds familiar or not. You might be thinking of Tinder. Maybe, yeah. Tumblr is a site where you can make blogs and stuff, and you can, you know, also reblog other people from people's posts from their blogs. It's pretty fun. Or at least for me, it's fun. I'm going to go thicken up some of the lines all around. You know, a little better. Anyway. Ad break is starting, but I'm gonna try and finish up Hater's lines over here. And make them look as good as I can. Anyway, welcome back from ads, everyone. Continue working on this shebang. Now, go ahead and start on that color. Gonna import the fanfic header for Trey Clover over here. Has all the colors and stuff that I need. Alright, now the flats for him is done. At the very least, done enough for me. Here, my satisfaction. Let's also quickly add his diamond. So this is the current progress for Cater. Now I'll close that. I'll probably work on these, after when I'm off stream as well. Because, something be done, most likely. Right. Now I'm gonna do the hair on a separate layer. There's a thing over here. Go fix quickly. So I'm not sure how long I'll be able to get the line for Deuce done today. I might just, after stream. So as clean as I can make it. Because, that's what I plan on doing. On art, I want to try and make it as clean as I can so that the stuff is, visible and people can recognize this as, oh, this is Ace Trapala. Hello, Juicy! It has been a very long time since I have last seen you. How have you been? Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen you implode on yourself. And so on, we ignored the new account though, because you lost the password to the old one, but shh. Understandable. Need to take a break from stuff? Understandable. Well, sometimes stuff can get a little too overwhelming and you just need a break from, everything, so a break is sometimes needed. That's you can probably see my tracking camera imploded, so I have to make use of a PNG model for now. Which I luckily had on hand, and before this. No! Unfortunately, it happened literally less than half an hour into stream. What's your thing? Yeah. It was making weird clicking noises when I would try and turn it on. So I'll have to ask my dad when he goes down to visit my cousins, because one of them's graduating this year. I'll have to go and ask him to, you know, get a new tracking camera for me. Anyway, the lineup for this mischievous little shit is complete. Now it's just time for the heart and the color. Yeah, definitely never buying any razor stuff again. So I'm gonna avoid getting anything razor. But this tracking camera did last quite a while. Well, before I decided to go kaplooey. It lasted nearly 4 years. Mostly being used for what I'm doing right now. That sucks anyway though, you're a bitch. It's stinky, so you need a shower. I'll be like, in like 10 minutes. That's when I'm ending stream, possibly. So unfortunately, probably not. Then I wanted to say hi because you missed talking to me. Yeah. I'll try and stay alive for a little while after this. Just if you want me to. No. We'll try and stay alive for a little bit. And actually, possibly. Where you'll catch the next one. Yeah, luckily I am actually going to be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, stay alive for me. Yeah, I understand that. I also have been missing you as well. Yeah. I will see you again. Yeah. Luckily, I will be streaming on all days for the rest of this week because, you know, I no longer have the burden of college. Yes. Whoop whoop. Very much a yippee. Before de moi. Explodes everywhere. That's the classic juicy I remember. Anyway, this dude. This fucker. This little shit. Is done. Bye 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 bye. Goodbye, Juicy. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do juice at all for this. I'm just gonna try and refine and the stuff for Ace until I have to disappear and start trying to find a good camera that I can possibly use to replace my old one. lasted a good old 3.5 years. Now it is time to get something better. Something a little higher quality than a fucking Razor product. But yeah. And there we go. Ace Chapula as a line and color and stuff is done. I'll have to render him and cater another time. But yeah. So, I shall go ahead and explain what I shall be doing for the rest of this week. Because on Saturday and Sunday, I have the convention I'm going to, my local Comic-Con, and all that. Well, let me go to my mail and my schedule. So, tomorrow, the 13th, is going to be Little Witch in the Woods. I plan on trying to finish that game on that day. At the very least, the main quest. Then I can, 100% it on my own time. And on Thursday, originally it was gonna be art, but I didn't know if I was gonna have PT or not that day. So I removed it, but as it turns out, I do in fact not have PT. PT is next week. I replaced it with Skyrim. I might start on doing the main quest on Thursday. Then on Friday, I will be writing the fanfic that I am writing these headers for. I have finished. The only part of it that is finished is, Riddle, who is the only other header I finished along with Trey Clover, which I did earlier today, like half a stream. But depending on how things go with Skyrim, or if I really feel like doing Skyrim at all, I might switch it out for art so I can finish the other characters I need to do. But yeah, I'll have to make an announcement in the Discord server saying that I'm gonna be in PNG jail for a while. I've started to schedule out all of my write-a-thon on streams. And I'll be adding more after stream today. For once it's closer to actual write-a-thon day. Like write-a-thon month's beginning. Which, I'm going to mention that at the write-a-thon I plan on formatting it like this. Basically, the first half of stream, the first 2 hours or so, is going to be me writing my novel. And then the second half of stream, I will be playing a game that I feel like playing in that day. Which is probably going to be a game I am currently playing on stream as of right now, which is there's a Little Witch in the Woods and Skyrim. Those are the two main games I'm currently playing. Or I might start other games, or maybe like try and complete Etrian Odyssey 1 so I can get to Etrian Odyssey 2. Something that, you know, doesn't require a lot of brain effort from me and all that. That, of course, starts in June. So, yeah. Also, I do need to start drawing the stuff for the write-a-thon as well. I'm preparing the document that explains the write-a-thon and some of the incentives and stuff and the goals. But yeah, I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all!